He's going to be taking on Michael Caruana.
Can I take my paper of the test?
Okay, so both cars into pre-stage. Michael Caruana in the emanator red lane. Both cars cleanly away. Michael Caruana slightly out in front, making a good pass, 114 at the 8th, and goes through with a 9.79 at 139, and moves himself up into 5th qualifying position. And Michael Caruana also moves from 18th to 14th with that 11.34. All right, next up, another one of those Osprey Performance cars. Osprey Performance dealer over here as well with RS Tuning. So if you like your BMWs or your Toyota Supras, go and speak to the guys at RS Tuning. They are partners with Osprey Performance. Christian Muscat taking on Harvey Bogle. Harvey with Europe's fastest Toyota Supra of this model. Good solid launch by Harvey Bogle, 152.60 foot, 122 at the 8th, and goes through 941, 150 miles an hour to a 13.12 at 102. Once again, great views on the motorsportmalta.com cameras. Jamie Felice with the V8. Extended wheelbase for Capri. Observation runs done and dusted. He gets to race someone this time, and this time it is going to be Nikovic Cherkop with the Audi A3, our TDI front-wheel drive car. Okay, so Jamie Felice bringing the Escort up into stage. Obviously, two different staging procedures going to be going on here. The front-wheel drive diesel is going to want to build a little boost, whereas the V8 can just hit the throttle.
And then 539 contra 121.
Reaction time advantage to Nikovic Cherkop, but this is qualifying. Doesn't matter, he's off the throttle. Jamie Felice goes through again, solid 920, 145, retains his number one qualifying position. All right, next pairing. As we're working our way through our bracket class. So once again, reminder, as a lot of our bracket cars are making their way back into the pits, you are on notice. If today continues as good as it is going, we will go into eliminations for the bracket class this evening. So do not go home yet. It's both cars pull themselves up into pre-stage. Lots of noise there for Jamie Felice once again. As the cars approach the finish line. Ooh. Owen Cremona goes through with an 11.40. Oh, Jesus. Thank you.
You could have had more. Really. So Nigel Muscat with the BMW, qualifying in the open bracket qualifying. See what you can run. The answer is 10:43, 131 miles an hour. Well, they all look very happy with that. That's a big old speed as well for a 10.4. Well done. So the Celica trying to heat the tyres, but not quite having any of it. Perfect, perfect, perfect worldwide ad for the European front-wheel drive T-shirts as well. I'm sure Luke didn't pay any money for that at all. But then again, he doesn't need to, because it's just happening naturally, isn't it? I love the way they eventually focus on the car. There we are.
I appreciate that. Right, so Marius Muscat. He went into the 9s the other day with the Toyota Celica La Salle. Crew saying the window pin's not been latched. There we go.
Now, to anyone that doesn't think that's important, it really is. If you've never seen photographs of door cars with they look like ears, but it's actually both of the windows, both of the Lexan windows pointing outwards. Good looking launch once again. Can we see it back up for the 9-second run from yesterday? Good chance, and it is 9.82. Look at that speed as well, 148 miles an hour. Excellent stuff. So the twin turbo Vega panel wagon fired up underneath the tower, and moving forward we change into the Open 5 class. So Lewis Feller with an amazing Vega. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing he's entered in 2 classes, because he's raced against Dave Smith in another class.
Yeah, 2 different classes, but 2 different drivers.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about drag racing as well, is you can share between cars and classes. We do that a lot in the UK. I think Rich Tunstall is here this weekend as well, one of the arch proponents of that in the UK. Jasmine drives it in Supergas, he drives it in Super Comp. That Vega is very short wheelbase for everything it does. it appears to have virtually no rear wing on it whatsoever, other than the one that's propped up at the back of it, just forcing the rear end down a little bit. So Cameron well into the 7s. And definitely will be on this run. A little bit of a wobble about 330. And storming all the way through to a 7:24, 186 miles an hour. Fantastic run. I'm not sure what the quickest run ever for that car will be, but I can't imagine it's that much quicker than that, because that was perfect all the way down and wobbly at the same time. I think that's what we'd be, wouldn't it? Hey, perfect but wobbly.
Okay, next up, Aaron Galea with the, I think it's a Cortina. I was correct. It is a Cortina. Oh.
The rear wing won't work quite as well as if the part of the car it's attached to is not closed properly.
That's it. So, looks like Aaron is still doing his observation runs, hence he's running solo. We've already seen one of the family members, Marius Muscat, run a new personal best with La Salle. Charlie said, come on, there's a good foot to go. There we go, so into pre-stage, full stage.
Cruise body language says it all there, I think, as if to say, what the heck? But there we go. It will still be a clean run. It will still be a full run. Maybe not what they were looking for.
There's another good advert for the European Front-Wheel Drive T-shirt. Woohoo! Money. Don't forget, if you want to get yourself a European Front-Wheel Drive T-shirt, you can, of course, go to 32 Racing Wheels just behind us. You can pick one up and get yourself a raffle ticket to win yourself a pair of 32 Racing Wheels tomorrow.
I can't believe you missed the opportunity we had slightly earlier as well. Made up for it there. Okay, into the Class 2 Escorts. Now, from memory, I'm hoping, these are the ones with these slightly bigger engines, is that right? Or the lower, I beg your pardon. So the 2.1 Pintos in all of these. Everyone being weighed and measured behind the start line. Check it out. Everyone's favourite flying fox has entered the room. Army Jamshed's joined us in the tower quickly. So, Paul Fenech and Christian Pace side by side. If the half-track number starts with a 6, which it does in the left-hand lane, it's going to be a good-looking run. It's 11:03. And it's 117 miles an hour. Stays number 3, number 5 in the other lane for Christian.
We need to go. The bracket time. So if someone needs to change his time, no worries.
So what do they do? So anyone.
So qualifying doesn't really matter.
So between there and is that how they set the field?
Yeah, so that would be 9 flat to 9.5, and 9.5, 10, and then...
There's only going to be 4 cars in
But
each
this
car.
time they're going to do it different. They're going to do it a bracket from 9 to 999.
Okay.
And from 10 to 10,999.
Do they know that?
I don't think so. But we need to go and the bracket racing so
Yeah. It's, Patch on a solo run, 95 miles an hour at the 8th, and goes through with an 11.22 at 116.
So Martin Skerry in the left-hand lane, currently in at number 2 against Brenton Sacco, who's currently number 6. Now, depending on the run order, there is every chance this is going to be everyone's last qualifying session. It is. So when we finish this session, this is their last chance to move up. So if you see a 6 at half track, well, not quite, but in the left-hand lane, it's looking good. Martin Skerry goes 10.94, stays in at number 2, 120, and 11.25 for Brenton Sacco. Always cars with cars like this as well, like we just said, it's a Pro Stock Escort class, effectively. Everybody watching on the live stream, I'm not sure whether they heard the explanation yesterday or no. Like you said, everybody's got a 2.1 Pinto engine. The cars are weighed before they run, literally behind the tower as well. It is like a Maltese Escort Pro Stock class, and it's such a cool way of racing.
And even at the moment, all we're seeing is qualifying. So tomorrow, these guys are bang on their reaction times. And a lot of the races tomorrow will be won on the reaction times. As we are going through Escort Class 2, bracket racing class. As we told you, you are on notice. You will possibly get your first round of eliminations this evening. Bracket racing class. If all goes well today, you will be on your first round of eliminations today. If any of our bracket racers want to come up to the tower and adjust their dial-in, please do it from now as soon as possible, please. Bracket racers, if you want to adjust your dial-in, that is your final qualifier done, please come up to the tower and adjust your bracket dial-in.
Okay, Paul Patchy in the right-hand lane and against Ronnie Basutil. What's a Basut? Yeah, what's a Busutil? That's the one. So, Paul Patchy in at number 2 at the moment. Ronnie at number 3. That's really quick to the 8 for Paul Patchy. What will it be on the quarter mile? 10.89, which they look delighted with, 120 miles an hour, and 11.06, 118 in the other. Do you know the one thing I really love, I've noticed as well, other than Maltese names being generally quite easy to pronounce? There's a lot of Maltese people in Australia, isn't there? A lot of Maltese people in Australia. Okay. You see the name Muscat. You see the name Fennec, you see the name Camilleri, and all those kind of names pop up in Australian drag racing time and time again. So I'm guessing, same as Italians, they all went that way at some point.
I'm not going to say why. It'll probably get me in trouble for what I'm guessing. You know, back in the day, we used to ship people. That's what the prisons went, isn't it? Right, Rosello Cassar, our number 1 qualifier in the Escort Class 3. Once again, this is our Mark 1 and 2 Escorts with a Pinto engine up to 2.4 litres.
Yeah, we're about to see the difference. Having an extra 0.3 of a litre makes to the elapsed times. So, Rosello Cassar. Good looking run for Rosello. 6.80 at the 8th is going to be quicker already than the 2.1s. It goes 10.81. 120, they do not look that overjoyed with that. Not bad. Not bad. Not better, I think is the phrase.
Okay, right. Okay, so escort class done and dusted. That is their final qualifier done. Once again, just a reminder to all of our bracket racers. You are on notice that you will possibly get Eliminations Day round number 1 today. Eliminations round number 1 today for our bracket races and quite possibly our diesel class later on as well. If you need to change your bracket, please come up to the tower now and adjust your bracket. Right now we're into open front wheel drive 10 second class.
Pair of good-looking runs in both lanes. 10.67, 138, and 10.58 on the other side for Nigel Ferrugia, 135. So we're into the open front-wheel drive class for cars that run no quicker than 10.00. Effectively, it's a 10.00 bracket class because there's already a couple of them that have gone too quick. But this is their last chance to get, for everybody actually, to get representative runs before eliminations tomorrow.
It is Patrick Borge with the Renault 5. The mind went blank there, completely blank. Take it on the Ford Fiesta of Matthew Rich. Good launch for Patrick Borge. Matthew Gretsch drives around him into the mid-track. Matthew's going to get to the finish line first. It's going to be a 10.61 to an 11.86. 10.61, 132. The crew of Matthew Gretsch very, very happy there.
Little bit of a track check at the top end. There was some smoke through the finish line for the car in the right-hand lane, but the track crew are on it. The next pair are still being called forward, no matter what. I think that has to be the squarest pair of front-wheel drive cars ever matched up. That pair just gone through. A couple of the slipperier two-door versions coming up next. Miguel Attard in the left-hand lane, taking on Kevin Gauci with the Opel. Well, I can't read from here. Thank you very much. It is a Corsa. It is a Corsa.
Went nines twice now. So, in fact, it's at the bottom of the rung. Nice. Well, issues unfortunately for Miguel. Kevin Gauci out in front. Can he keep it on the good side of a 10? No, he can't. 985, 151 miles an hour.
I think the phrase in English is they don't give a monkeys whether it was on the right side of the 10s because they look absolutely overjoyed. Yeah, 151 miles an hour through the traps as well. That's really moving on.
Well, so we got a lot of people on the move. Hopefully our bracket racers coming up into the tower to register their index, ready for eliminations this evening. Fingers crossed, if today continues as good as it's going, we will get a couple of eliminations today to help us with the flow of things tomorrow. Next up, Dunstan Mangian comes to join us. Dunstan was one of our runners who actually went into the nines. So let's see if he can keep it on the good side of a 10 this time. Both cars are away cleanly. Looking like a real good run for Christmas here. He's doing 107 at the 8th. Dunstan's going to get there first with a 993, but a 10.20 at 134 as the crew poised there, waiting for it to come through on the scoreboards at the end as they flicked between Speed and ET. But yes, 10.20, 134 for Christmas here. And also the crew of Kevin Gauchi informing him of yet another PB, but also yet another breakout.
Again, I think the monkey's phrase applies to that one as well, doesn't it? So, Escort down there, not of the usual vintage we see in Malta, in the left-hand lane for Conrad Busutil, against Horatius that's a really easy name to say, and I can't say it at all. Caruana. There we go. Just needed a deep breath, that's all it was. Horatius, sorry, not Horatio, is number 9 at the moment, 11 for Conrad.
Well, unfortunately, looks like Conrad Buzisil went possibly 1-1 there. You can see the front fender actually hanging off the car. Horatius Caruana, though, goes through with a 10.61 at 138.
Yeah, very unusual to see part of the front end hanging off of a car at any point. No.
Well, hopefully, by the looks of it, he managed to put it in neutral and continue on down the bottom end of the track.
So explain very quickly, explain 1-1 for us, go on.
Basically, obviously, when he's going from first to second gear, as he's going for that second gear to put it in the third, he accidentally slips it into first gear.
So when that happens, and
the front end of the car, as you saw, completely nose down and basically stalls the engine and does a lot of damage.
So does it not completely destroy the gearbox like I did in my company Rover in 1998 when I did it?
Oh, well versed at this, are you?
Well, I thought oh dear. Anyway, anyone from Royal London here listening? No, good. Right. Okay. So what happened? Yeah, I was just mucking about. Like first, second, and I did that. Dumped the clutch, and yeah, gearbox exited stage left. But there we go.
That's it. Joseph Zamit on his own, 106 at the 8th, and goes through the quarter, 10.55, 133. As you can see, the crew are very, very happy with that as well.
And the number 9 qualifying position for now as well.
Well, number 9 to number 5. Big improvement.
I apologise.
It's motorsportmalta.com live feed. I hope this is going out as crystal clear as it looks on our screen, because this is absolutely fantastic. Once again, if you're watching on the live stream, be it Malta Drag Racing Halfar Facebook page or motorsportmalta.com, please let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to have you here, but of course not everybody can be here this weekend, and if you're watching online, we appreciate your support, hence why putting on such a fantastic live stream with continued improvements here at Halfar Raceway.
I've just yep, sorry, carry on.
Wow.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Again, a huge well done to everybody sticking out the live stream. Okay, so we have Civic versus Toyota Starlet matchup this time. Simon Fruger in the right-hand lane against Clayton Johnson.
All right, let's see what Clayton's got for us. It's usually around the 9.7 marks. And he goes through 971, 150. That lad is consistent as ever.
It's going to need to be tomorrow for eliminations. Also, very quickly, something I said yesterday, I don't know whether everybody caught, but the amount of people here from the UK, which there are a lot of you, I know, I can see a bunch of you nodding already, But the amount of people here from the UK, we need to rename this place How Far Pod, because it sounds, How Far Pod Raceway's got a ring to it, definitely. And does sound pretty cool, doesn't it? Okay, the next pair going to be a Toyota Starlet taking on a Ford Escort. Jürgen Kassar with the Starlet and Jürgen Caruana in the other lane.
I'm pretty sure Jürgen's going to get the first, but is it going to be Jürgen with a Y or Jürgen with a J? Jürgen Caruana looking to go quicker than 9:42 is his personal best. Jürgen Kassar a 9:62. Here we go. So both cars coming up into... Well, a bit of a wait on the line. Unfortunately, issues for Jürgen Caruana. All eyes are on Jürgen Kassar as he goes 9:67, 154 miles an hour. Yet again, another consistent 9.6 second run.
Hey, yeah.
Okay, as we are into the front-wheel drive 9-second class, everything is going to be that little bit quicker now. George Katajar with the Toyota. Go on. Kataya. That sounds better than Katajar, doesn't it? But it does say, in my defence, cut a jar.
I spent years doing it as well.
Yeah, what?
I spent years doing exactly the same.
What, cocking it up? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, George Katajar against Christian Azzopardi. There we go. There's an awful lot of Azzopardis in Australia as well, but there we go. For whatever reason, we don't know. We will wait to be informed.
Okay, well, the lights drop. George Kataja is out in front. Here comes Christian Azzopardi. Now, this is going to be a great side-by-side matchup all the way to the finish. It is going to be George Kataja first with a 9:89 to a 9:70.
Once again, the speeds are absolutely huge. Right-hand lane there, 150 against 147 miles an hour. Awesome stuff.
Considering these machines are like a 1.3 and a 1.5 litre engine, I'm pretty sure Toyota would be pretty impressed that this little family wagon is doing 150 miles an hour.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your family in the back of that while it was doing that, would you, frankly?
Right, next up, Daniel Baldacchino. So, are we going to see a full pass from Daniel Baldacchino? Is he going to be able to keep the gears all together? If he does, this will go quick. Builds up the RPM, gets the launch. Well, you can see by the crew's reaction there, didn't quite get that second gear once again. But he is qualified, and that is the main thing. He will be making the show tomorrow. As we call forward our final pair of open front-wheel drive and 9-second index. I say our final pair? That's two.
So the next pair, Wayne Muscat in the left-hand lane against Glenn Caruana with the over-the-top Toyota Celica. Still gunning for that 9.0 run. So far, Glenn's been the closest. He's number 2 qualifier. Wayne is in at number 8 at the moment.
Well out in front. Issues for changing gear there for Wayne Muscat. He's trying to do his best to catch up, but Glenn Caruana goes through with a 9.62, 148 to a 10.39. Right, one more car in our 9-second index, and then we are in to, well, the extreme, the open front-wheel drive class, where we have all of our, well, almost all of our 8-second cars. Samira Galea running that 9.0 on the last round of qualifying. This car has improved so much this year. Let's have a look at the thingy. See, Samira's going to be lined up with Soren Hansen. It's a real shame that she's not lined up with Fotis Trompoulos, who is, both of them are on 9.0.
I'm saying that I think Soren Hansen's currently on a 9.0 as well, but he's been in the 8s before, so yeah.
Okay then.
I think if you can check out the two supporting bars, the 2 wing bars on the back of the Seat down there, the street car down there, that was what Petros didn't have on his last run.
I'm not sure. I think that is an air-assisted air damper for braking.
It was flapping around when he went. I would go along with that, but he was flapping around when he went into stage, so it might not have been intentional.
Because quite possibly there is a lot of cars in America that do have an air-assisted, so when the parachute, because he's now gone to CO2 parachutes, so when the CO2 parachutes go, it also activates the aero spoiler to be able to keep that back end down.
I think the fact the side spills were bent probably gave it away a little bit more than that, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see if he comes around with it on the car this time. So the car that we need a name for, we really do need a name for Soren Hansen's car in the right-hand lane. Now, I think it looks like a whale shark, i.e. it's got a huge mouth and a slightly smaller bottom. Yeah, I think either that or, well, go on.
The hammerhead.
Nailed it. 100, that's it. We absolutely nailed it. And the Hammerhead is a great name for a Danish front-wheel drive car. That's just awesome. Absolutely awesome. Take it on.
With the 9-second flat Ford Focus. Can she run into the 8s at the Haltech National Finals presented by race-winning brands? We're going to find out in around about 9 seconds time as both cars go into pre-stage. It's a good launch for both cars. 152 to 153, 60 foot. I tell you what, Samira's hanging on to Soren. She's going to go through 9.04, 164 miles an hour to a 9.42 at 134.
Well, great runs in both lanes. Soren just got worn out a bit on the top end there. Backs up her great run from earlier for Samira. Congratulations. Okay. Miguel Montebello with the Honda, who's been pushed back, actually, in the left-hand lane. Going to be taking on Fotis Chondropoulos. I like Greek names. They sound so... What's the word I'm looking for? Greek, yeah, that'll do. I'll go with that. Thank you very much. Thank you for saving me right then. Yeah, so...
So Fotis is another one of our racers that's travelled over. When he started this weekend, he was on a personal best of 9.04. So far, 9.01 is his best. Can this be his moment where he runs into the 8s? Let's see, the track is all yours, Fotis. Oh, well, those tyres are fighting. 164, 60 foot, 124 at the 8th, and it is a 913, 161 miles an hour.
Yeah, still a really good run, but was left a little bit wanting off the start line. The launch wasn't quite perfect, and as you well know from many years of doing this, 60 foot, especially with the front-wheel drive car, getting into second gear is really the kind of the be-all and end-all of most runs. Once you've got through that part, you're pretty much there. So up next, we have our friend from Greece, Petros Taxopoulos, with the RTMG Seat brand new debut here this weekend in Malta, and. Yeah, built with one aim of becoming...
One aim, but essentially to extend that European front-wheel drive record. We're already down to 8.6 over 160 miles an hour with 3 passes under the belt. Precision turbo on board, fuel tech on board, and of course parts from RTMG Performance in Greece. Let's see what they can do.
Tell us a bit about that as well, because you've actually been to Greece, and I do believe you have actually purchased stuff from RTMG.
Yeah, I've got many parts in my own race car purchased from RTMG Performance, consisted of rods and pistons and stuff like that. So yeah, perfect, good products.
Now, if you notice this time round, the aerofoil, or the spoiler on the back, is actually nailed down a bit with a couple of supporting posts. Will be interesting to see what goes down this time. So Petros earlier on today was in the 8.6s. The car has the potential to be the quickest one of these things on the planet, and he's been down as low as a 7.8 over in the UK, just in testing earlier on this, no, not last year, I beg your pardon. This is brand spanking new. What can he do this time?
Oh, well, you heard that. Decided it was not choosing those gears.
Yeah, not going to be testing the limits of the rear wing on that one, unfortunately. I think he may still go into race day as number 1 qualifier, though.
Yeah. There's a song for that, I believe. Empty lanes, my lord. Okay, so let's see who we should be expecting in the lanes next. Long cars, dragsters making their way around into the pairing lanes. So yeah, that's it. Our D5 class are making their way into the pairing lanes. Also D6 has been called, and Open 6 class to the pairing lanes. So plenty more action to come at the Haltech National Finals, presented by Race Winning Brands. So just as we collect our dragsters, just give us a couple of minutes and we'll continue on with some amazing racing.
Dennis Dzira, who is currently number 3 on the board. Up against Clifton Abdello with the absolutely amazing 2JZ. 2JZ powered dragster. It's certainly cool up here. I think we... No. Yeah, so Clifton Abdallah against Dennis Dzira. Can Clifton nudge ever closer to the 5s? We're about to find out.
Wow, for some reason, Clifton Abdallah just unable to get this dragster hooked up this weekend. We've had some great back half passes, but it's just not hooked on the start line this weekend.
Maybe it's a small tyre thing, who knows. But yeah, it's a real shame though, because that car is super quick. Normally, anyway. The last time I saw anything like that was a top fuel car blowing the tyres off. So there's an impressive amount of power in there. Absolutely, definitely. So underneath the tower this time round, we have the Showtime car coming round once again. And basically, it's going to be all dragsters all the time for a little while now, probably closely followed by Pro Model 2 and all the other fast stuff as well. So this is the second qualifying session for them today, third overall of the weekend. I think this will be their last, like Luke said, qualifying session for everybody. We may get some eliminations in if you can hear me over the fuel car.
Certainly like it when we hear that fuel car, because that means we will be seeing Duncan Micallef once again with the Top Fuel dragster very, very soon. They're basically just putting some heat in the motor, making sure nothing leaks. So, just collecting our rest of our dragsters. We've got D6 dragsters, Mario Borges. We've got the Open 6 class making their way down. We've got our D4 dragsters, and then of course Pro Mod making their way to the lanes. So, one final D5 racer, Alan Zamit, is going to be putting in a pass.
Yeah, so Alan Zamit put in a pretty good run earlier on today. Everyone is obviously always looking to improve. Now, one of the really interesting things, and I remember explaining this to you as well, one of the older turbo cars in European drag racing in a dragster anyway, was our friend from Finland, Timo Lehtomäki, and he used to have a really big problem with the car going completely out of shape through the finish line, where he lifted off the throttle and the boost from the turbo came out one side of the engine. As soon as he lifted, it shot the car over into the other lane, and he'd actually had it on its side on 2 wheels, and he managed to get it back onto 4 wheels by dinking the steering wheel and flipping the car back onto all 4s again, which is not a trick you'd want to do that often, let's put it that way.
Well, that's a good hit. One flat 60 foot, 176 at the 8th, 632, 223. I love how just nonchalant they are.
Nice looking run all the way down as well. One flat to 60, 411, as I'm sure you all saw, to the 8th mile at 176 miles an hour. That's naughty good for a pretty damn good ET. So we're on with Mr. Borg with the V8 nitrous dragster. For all intensive purposes, it is a top fuel, top dragster, not a top fuel dragster. I'll get that right, honestly. Only put in one run yesterday, I think was all so far. Got very, very out of shape about 3:30. I've just realised that's why he doesn't walk backwards and spray everything, because he walks into people. There we go. That's what he just did. Excellent. It's like he's a conductor, isn't it? You know what I mean? Just needs an orchestra.
Okay, so burnout complete for Mario Borges with the orange team, Burbino Racing dragster. Nitrous powered V8 has been running down into the 6s, 623 at 223 is their personal best. So I look behind us and see the twin turbo V8 dragster and Mr. Whippy top methanol dragster making their way into the lanes as well. So we've got some real fast, loud, noisy stuff still coming to you. Great to see such a massive crowd here at the Haltech National Finals.
It's also really weird to see someone turning on a nitrous bottle on the back of a dragster, because normally you have to hang in the door and do that. But that's the nitrous oxide being vented into the atmosphere. Let's see what Mario's got for us. I wonder how many times in his life he's been nicknamed Super Mario. Probably the odd few. You can't help it with a name like that, can you? So best down in the 6.2s. What can he do with a nitrous big block this time round?
Okay, so Mario just brings it up into pre-stage. And leaves the line. 1.10, 60 foot, 180 of the 8th, and a 6.32, 220 miles an hour.
And they couldn't look less bothered about it if they tried, could they really? Yeah, ho-hum, basically, for everybody down there, even Luke. Afternoon, Luke. Nice to see you in the sunshine for a change. But yeah, at least they got down the racetrack, and that was a good representative run anyway. So we've got loud, long, pointy cars coming your way next. We've got the twin turbo car first up underneath the tower. And then we've got the D4 class right behind them as well, with all the 4-cylinder cars coming up too.
Okay, once again, we've got the battle coming on. Turbo versus Supercharged. I'm Team Turbo. Darryl is Team Supercharged. Although one of them makes a considerably lot more noise. And you can never doubt that.
However, not more smoke. No. Exactly. Definitely not more smoke. So, Michael Gelci, who had a pretty damn rough start to the weekend. Well, it wasn't the weekend, it was Thursday. Broke the crank into 4 pieces on the burnout, which frankly sucks, no matter where you come from in the world. Against Matthew Carabot. At the moment, though, it is actually Mikhail that's #1 qualifier in the class. So I'm guessing with the 3-car ladder, that would be a bye run for him in round 1. We shall see.
Okay, so the crew just doing their final tyre clean. Making sure no stones or anything, debris is on the tyres. Giving them a chance of a maximum traction. So here we go. Both dragsters being brought into stage. Crew members done their job. Mikhail is already in the pre-stage. He's going to build the RPM up, bump it into stage. Matthew Carabot. Well, all eyes are on the turbo dragster. 6.36, 218.
Team Turbo still out front. Good driving job by Matthew to hang on to that. His right foot was down probably for a little bit longer than it needed to be, but when you've got someone in the other lane, you don't really worry about things like that. You just try and keep going. But blazed the tyres almost exactly like he did yesterday evening with the big tyres on. That's still one of the more unique top methanol dragsters on the planet, because he runs small, solid tyre. Well, no, not solid, but you know what I mean. Small pumped up tyres on the back. So short one up for the Turbo team. Well done. Don't do it again.
We should start putting a couple of euros on this and it can go backwards and forwards. Or in fact, it'll go more my way.
I think Turbos might take it this weekend overall somehow. So, but that was a really, really nice looking run for Mikhail Gelci. 6.36 at 218 miles an hour is a very nice number indeed. Okay. The other member of the Carabot team coming up next. That's Claudio down there with the supercharged small block car. Unfortunately, no supercharged small block cars left in top methanol racing. There's plenty of them in other forms, in other sorts. I think there's still a good couple of them in Comp Eliminator out in Sweden. And it goes without saying. We've still got one here. So he's run the best in the 6.8s. So give Mario Borges and the team a round of applause as they come back behind it in front of everybody. Even though the team looked nonplussed with the run, it was still a really nice looking 6.3. Okay, so Claudio Carabot going considerably less far down the racetrack. Yeah. Definitely a different type of colour commentary in this country to where you're normally used to, yeah? Whereas normally people turn up and add things about certain classes. Here, people turn up and add noise to what we're doing.
Save them.
I think you possibly did. So, Claudio Carabot. The car has everything in it to run in the low 6s, probably even the high 5s with a PSI supercharger on the small block. So, best of 6.8. See if he can do any better. Keeps leaving from idle off the start line, which is not the optimal way to do it, but when you're learning to drive, it doesn't matter. That was ugly from 60 foot on, unfortunately. 105 to 60 foot, left the line pretty well, but then something obviously came loose on top of the engine. The track crew will be going down and checking up the top end. No improvement. In fact, that's actually the slowest run of the weekend. He is going to make the turn. But that's what learning's all about, learning when the engine isn't really as happy as you possibly want it to be. We've got the D4 dragsters lining up behind us right now. It is a bit of a shuffle. It's quite a tight squeeze behind us, isn't it? Duncan Micallef for the Top Fuel cars not far away. The Pro Mods are also on the ground and in the lanes too. I can see both of them right behind the dragsters, so it won't be long at all. Just checking the track at the top end in the right-hand lane, excuse me. So we do a quick poll again, if that's okay with everybody. In the grandstands, hands up if you're here from the UK. Well, you are considerably outnumbered compared to yesterday, but it's still great to see all of you. We are going to try and arrange something where we get all of you together in the same grandstand and blow it up. No, take a photograph. Sorry. I got it right the second time. Yeah, take a photograph of everybody together, all in the same place. I'm sure we've got plenty of that going on anyway, but it would be nice to get everybody together. Hands up here, who's here from Malta this weekend? Plenty of you as well. I also know we got some people from Estonia, maybe, somewhere, without the flag, but I'm still glad you put your hands up. Well, oh, no. Oh, that's my fault. I didn't give you enough warning as well. We have some Italians as well, don't we, I think, somewhere up there? Just not quite as vocal as before, but it's great to see such an international crowd in such a great place. Give the Carabot family with the Mr. Whippy car a round of applause as they come past, please. That's a good point, because that will be the loudest cheer, right? Any people from Scotland? See, I told you it'd be how did I know that? It'd be from the loudest cheer. You raucous bunch. Well done. They let you out of the country, will they let you back in again?
I think we've got a target set there now.
I think we have. I mean, seriously, how can everybody else not be louder than about 3 Scottish people? How does that work? I don't know. We do appear to have some work to do at the moment in the right-hand lane, so we'll be with you as quick as we possibly can. We have, like I said, the D4 dragsters coming up. We've got the big hairy door cars, as we love to call them, Pro Modified. God, everybody looks miserable on the camera. Come on, give him a round of applause. Don't give him a sad face. Come on. That's the one. I think they're out. I think he's trying to do that just very slowly. Yeah, we're trying to do the world's slowest Mexican wave. How's it going? I think we're doing quite well at that, aren't we? Yeah, that's a very slow Mexican wave. Come on.
Keep it going.
Keep it going. Don't stop. We are trying to set the record for even for the world's slowest Mexican wave, and at the moment it's got to be 2 minutes, I think, something like that. He's been walking along there.
I'll tell you what, since we were talking to Mexican waves, I don't know how many people are going to do this, because John wasn't even sure of the name of the Mexican wave. He was like, how about you do that wave thing, the wave thing, the wave thing.
Well, instead of, do you know what? So we have the phrase in the UK, the Maltese half pass, which is a full run, obviously. So it's a Mexican wave because we try and set the record for how quick it is in the UK, and Malta has set the record for the slowest Mexican wave because the cameraman got bored and couldn't even be bothered to walk to the other end of the grandstand. So congratulations, Malta is actually slower at something than the rest of the world. It's an accolade, honestly.
He's back in there.
Oh, he's doing it again, is he? Come on then.
We're gonna try and get a Mexican wave going, but which end are we going to start it with? That is the question.
I think if you start it in the bar, it'll end in the bar as well.
Right, people in the it used to be the VIP seats, but all the seats have been taken away. People in the seats closest to the bar who have just started dancing because the music come on. Do you know how to do a Mexican wave? Put your hands up if you know how to do a Mexican wave. A few people there.
3 people.
Gentleman in the yellow jacket, he knows how to do a Mexican wave. Literally just put your hands in the air. That's it. Well done, well done. So we're going to start at this end of the grandstand. If you can do a Mexican wave, 3, 2, 1, go. There's the man in the white shirt. Yes, thank you very much. You're the only one who tried. It's going, it's going. We're coming up to the Scottish. Slowly going down.
And it stopped there. Well done. That was absolutely shite. Can I say that out loud? I just did, didn't I? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Anyway, we'll try it. I think the slow version is definitely the way forward, don't you, with everybody? It allows everybody time to put their drink down, do a quick wave, and then get back on with drinking. But anyway, enough of the waffle once again. We have a bit of a clean-up for the MDRA crew, unfortunately, in the right-hand lane. It's a long way down, so hopefully it won't be too long, and it's probably only a splattering at best. At best. No? All the way through. I think the phrase for that is cack. Oh, dear. It's the lot.
It's that good, me.
Go on.
It's that good. Me and you are going to the bar.
Right, see you there, folks. We can only apologise. The track crew are going to do their level best to get back running with everything again. Yeah, the track crew are going to do everything they can to get back running as quickly as possible. As anyone was here yesterday and in previous knows that it's now 3:30. It's going to get dark in a little while. It's going to get colder in a little while as well. We're going to do our very, very best to finish out the day and have a much better end than we did yesterday, let's put it that way. So we will be back with you as soon as we can, and thank you again for the world's slowest Mexican wave record. Well done. Give yourselves a pat on the back or a beer, or both.
dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control. Control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, 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 dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control. Control. Control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, Will you still think of me? I get a feeling you lost in a tree. Tell me I'm all that you need, but you're too far to even hear me scream. Will you still think of me? Get a feeling you lost in a tree. Tell me I'm all that you need, but you're too far to even hear me scream. get lost in the underground. You're the music, you're the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost the ground. Sweat dripping all around. Lights flashing, lights flashing. In the underground, get lost in the underground. You're the music, you're the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost the ground. Sweat dripping all around. Lights flashing, lights flashing. Get lost in the underground. With the music, with the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost and found. Sweat dripping all around. Lights flashing, lights flashing. Underground, 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 underground.
Work that body.
that can't see that we're just getting ready to run all the rest of the cars. Actually, I don't think we even got into the start of D4. But well done to all the MDRA team, the crew, the track crew, and everybody else as well. Fantastic job getting the track ready to go. We're going to do as much as we possibly can today. We've still got the second round of qualifying to finish. Which is what we're going to be kicking off with right this second. So, Roderick Fenech and Nathan Bartolo are going to be your first pair. So, Roderick is currently in at number 2. Nathan doesn't actually have a time on the board for some reason. At the moment, it's down as not qualified. That's Nathan in the poster car for this event, the Haltech Dragster in the left-hand lane. You almost look out of breath, Mr. Stevenson. So low ET in the class is deep into the 6s. Roderick Fenech, like I said, is number 2 at the moment. He's in the right-hand lane, and Nathan is currently not got a number on the board. This will be his last chance to get in a run. Good looking run in the right-hand lane, 6.73, 198 miles an hour for Roderick. And Nathan does actually get a number on the board this time around. Not one that he wanted, though, with the 9.50 at 98. Car still not quite getting off the line in the way that he would like.
Okay, right, next up, it will be Melvin Vella versus Tyson DeBono. Potential. 5-second alert. That's what we're looking for. That's what they're looking for. So Tyson DeBono is powered by a C20 LET engine. So our Opel Vauxhall fans out there taking on a Melvin Vella with the 3S GTE powered dragster, basically from a Toyota MR2. So once again, thank you very much to everyone hanging on to the afternoon here at Halfar Raceway at the Haltech National Finals, presented by Race Winning Brands. We had a bit of downtime there. People went to walk around the pits. Lots of people at the Haltech merchandise stall. Limited numbers on t-shirt sizes available around there. And also limited sizes on hoodies. Don't forget, you can also get your MDRA t-shirts. And also lots of people visiting Simon at the 32 Racing Wheels stand, having a look at his wheels. Once again, good to have some traders on site at our big events here at Halfar Raceway. Right, so burnout complete for Tyson. The chaps on the back are cleaning the tyres as best as possible, making sure there's no debris on there, enabling him to get the best traction possible. So whether you're a Vauxhall fan or a Toyota fan,
these should be factory built and factory issued, shouldn't they? All these things. You have a Toyota factory dragster and be a cool idea.
That'd be very
cool. That'd be very cool to get some proper backing. Here we go then. Tyson DeBono. Straight. Track as hard as he can. 106.64. 4:01 to the 8th mile. It is a 6:18. 220 miles an hour to a 9:05 at 120. The rest of the crew members clapping and then seem a little bit perplexed afterwards.
Yep, left the line like a scalded cat. 106 to 60, 4:01 to the 8th mile. Slightly, I don't want to say slower because that was not slow, but slightly slower than he ran earlier on today. Still a stonking run, and he's still quite a way out in front at the moment.
Okay, next up, it is going to be Ruben Cicluna taking on Anton Schembri. Ruben Cicluna with the Cosworth Power Dragster. Anton with another 3S GTE powered Toyota motor. So 13 classes to go in our final round of qualifying on our final day of qualifying here at How Far Raceway. Tomorrow, of course, is race day. For some of our drivers, you are on warning that race day could be today if you are in the bracket class. But that is a could. Obviously, we've had a big, significant downtime recently.
So these two already well in the show. Ruben Cicluna in the left-hand lane. You can see backing up from the burnout there, currently number 3. And Anton Schembri will be number 5 for now. Obviously, that's important because we're going to pair them up tomorrow for race day. These are their last qualifying runs for this event. Actually, for this year. I don't know about this event.
Yep. Very true, very true. Okay, right. Crews have done their jobs. Tyres are scrubbed. We are ready to race. Or qualify, should we say. So in goes Anton. Here comes Ruben. They build up the boost on the line. That's a hop, skip, and a jump. Big tail wagging, still keeping his foot in. Ruben Cicluna still goes through with a 7:48 at 198. I think Anton Schembri was just watching from the upper lane going, what are you doing?
Well, I think he probably thought that Ruben was joining him, frankly, for that one. That was over the centre line. There's every chance that run's going to be DQ'd, although it should be kept in by sheer fact. It's most entertaining. I must admit, that is the wildest run I've seen from any car other than an Outlaw Anglia so far this year, I think, to be honest with you. In fact, that dragster identifies as an Outlaw Anglia, I reckon. Anyone else? I think that's about right. He was actually over the centre line, though. When it got wagging, I really thought, that's it, he's going to back off. But no, why not? Only get so many chances here to run. Make sure it goes all the way through.
What's more impressive is that this is only qualifying. You'd expect it on race day, but when you know you've lost the qualifying run, to keep it in.
Well, yeah, if that's qualifying, God help us tomorrow, I think, is probably the answer to that. Okay, we've got a couple more of the dragsters, then we got Prime Mods, maybe even side by side this time, who knows. So, Kirsten Gretsch. Kirsten Gretsch with the Fuel Tech dragster. Kirsten is currently in at the number 7 spot. So I think with 7 cars entered, would be facing, it depends how they run it, number 2 qualifier.
Fully acceptable, though, as they did start the weekend in observation mode. So, new driver to this car, and with every run getting more acclimatised to running in the dragster. As 2 or more of our dragsters get towed, be in front of the grandstand. Well, unfortunately, did not manage to build up enough boost on the start line. Once again, start seeing more of our crew members coming out onto the start line to check things out before runs.
And we have Prime Modifieds behind the tower. Looks like they're going to be running solos again. Reno Sonav, I really hope we're saying that correctly, with the newly minted in the 6-second zone Chrysler 300C. Somebody has already pointed out this car does have a rich history in European Pro Mod racing. Now in Outlaw trim, running in Estonia. Right behind him, Andrei Arnova, hoping to actually get off the start line for the first time since Thursday with the Pro Mod. Actually, beg your pardon, before we get there, we've got Stu Crane on the funny bike. Hi, Mum. There we go. Again, I doubt my mum's watching. Would yours be?
No. 100% not. Okay, looks like track is clear. Stuart Crane with the Top Fuel bike, aka the funny bike.
Yeah, Top Fuel bike identifying as a funny bike identifying as Top Fuel bike. There we go. Anyway, it's because in FIM competition around Europe, funny bikes that run quicker than a 7 flat, i.e. 699 or quicker, are allowed to run with the Top Fuel bikes, and they do a really good job of being competitive, none more so than that man down there on the bike. Stu Crane, he's been down into the 6.1s on his own machine. He ran into the dark last night. Let's see what he can do on this one. Something exciting with a 6 would be nice, Stu. Oh, something not heading for the wall would be pretty good as well, but oh, that sounds pretty ill from about half track onwards for Stu Crane. He's not on the throttle at all, just staying out of the racing line, most importantly, and the track crew will be checking it out. Hopefully, nothing serious, but you never know. That's actually gathering pace, the smoke at the top end. Is that normally turbo related or something like that?
Yeah, quite possibly could be. If you're getting oil onto the exhaust. Well, our track preparation specialist jumps out on the scooter. As always, drive with the scooter, hit the brakes. If scooter stops, track is good. If scooter falls over, track is bad.
Funny you should say that, because I've seen that happen before. It was the track that shall remain nameless. There was a bike that came off the start line, oiled the track, and the rider just went a bit sideways and fell off. And then someone on a scooter turned up and fell over. And then the ambulance turned up and slid through it as well. It was it's a great day. It was a great day. So if he gets back on the scooter and comes back, give him a cheer. Either he's riding through it, which is always a good sign. Because you wouldn't ride through oil, would you? I do wonder at this time of day when the drivers come back, because the bar is on their return route, isn't it? I wonder if someone just hands them a drink or 10 over the wall as they come. Well, why not, you know? You are done. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be on with... Oh, something not heading for the wall would be pretty good as well, but oh, that sounds the exhaust. But the good news is, folks, we are good to go.
Change class.
I've now sussed how you know which class is coming because, yeah.
We have SS1 motorcycle, aka Super Street motorcycle. Two entrants in this class, Luke Ferrugia and Antonio Congilio. I'll tell you time. Oh, well, there's a flick of. By a flick of the switch, the lights turn on as the sun begins to set. We've got some real fast cars behind us, so we want to get onto the track before that sun sets. Okay, right. Looking like a solo run for Luke Ferrugia. 7:41, 184 miles an hour.
And with similar smoke in the shutdown area, actually, funnily enough.
We're going for a new record on the reaction time, 16 seconds now.
We had a 15 yesterday, so taking the record by... I told you, Malta is famous for being slow at things. I'm going to get stoned, aren't I, on the way home? By stones, nothing else, obviously. Yeah, trickling up the racetrack in the right-hand lane. So, I think we're going to be on with Pro Mods.
I saw it in the back of my eye, like a flash of flame.
Yeah. So, relay sign off. Come on, where's the Estonian flag? Higher than that, please. Higher. Thank you very much. Sorry for the folks behind you. So, yeah, went into the 680s. His first ever trip into the 6.8s on his first ever trip to Malta. I do happen to think it's utterly bonkers that the two Pro Mods that turn up in Malta to run are the two possibly furthest cars away from this place in the whole... Apart from a couple in Finland, obviously, and maybe the north of Sweden. But Estonia is a blinking long way in English. There's loads of Pro Mods in Germany, in Switzerland, obviously. One in France, well, half of one in France at the moment, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it's just amazing to me that they've come all the way from Estonia just to race this weekend as well. So, Revo sign off. You should see the flames from the exhaust all the way down the track once again. You'll probably see the pop when he lets go of it at the finish line too. The car's been on... I reckon when people come in, we just hand them the microphone. That's right, yeah? Okay. It's having a big wiggle, but he's staying with it until that moment. A bit of a nitrous backfire. They possibly found the limit of how much nitrous they can stick in it. 108 to 60 foot, 3 flat to 330. Still a great day for the whole team, though. They're not going to be disappointed when they sit down for dinner this evening, especially not with a 6-second run in their pockets.
Look at that good-looking crew there on the camera.
We have a new guest commentator with us who will grow up one day, I'm sure. You probably heard him in the background just a couple of minutes ago. I like his father's T-shirt. In case of any doubt, he's got Dad written on it. Yeah, there we go. So Reno has actually stopped about not even halfway down the shutdown area by the looks of it. We're going to need to move him out the way before we fire up Andre Arnover.
I think that was possibly because the chutes come out well before the 1,000 foot and obviously knocking off quite a bit of speed and basically putting him to a stop almost immediately. So, our camera crew following Reno's crew there, all looking a little bit perplexed as to what happened, but it did look like a very, very good run. It's great to see those bullhorns lit all the way down the drag strip.
Yeah, talking of lit bullhorns, we have the Proline Twin Turbo Pro Modified of Andre Arnover. Again, all the way from Estonia. The car started life in the US. It was Ricky Smith's car in its former life. However, it's never been as quick as fast in the States as it has been in Europe with this man at the wheel. Knocking on the door of 260 miles an hour earlier on this year at the door slam, as well in the 5 seconds on numerous occasions. And the team are going to be doing everything they can to get it to the finish line under power. He went 6:01 in testing here on Thursday. We are desperate to see Malta's first ever 5-second door car pass. We've seen some pretty amazing stuff today. Right up there, possibly at the top, is the 6.90 by the Lixu Escort earlier on today. Also over 200 miles an hour. That was really, really outstanding. That guy's flying helmet glasses are legendary. He goes with Andre absolutely everywhere, and he rides with him on the tow wagon up the other end to get him. I never see him over his eyes, though. They're only ever on his hat. Maybe his hat likes wearing them. Actually, maybe he's Estonia's version of the Crazy Frog.
all I remember was the party with Jere Rantanemi, and we had Queen on, and he took the ponytail out, and he's swinging the hair around like a crazy madman.
Yeah, he's also going to come up here and bop me on the nose in a minute as well. If you don't know what the Crazy Frog is, folks, or what he looks like, don't look it up. Don't look it up. Thanks for the video, Liz. I think everyone heard that because I just played it back while I was... Well, the front end of the car clean off, let alone the hood scoop. But I think he is hooked up and moving. Maybe it's the turn of the other Estonian to shine in this qualifying session.
Talking of nitrous solenoids, you just reminded me. Earlier, when Rui was up in the tower, I asked him about what happened with Jose's car when he launched and it basically nosedived and didn't go anywhere. Basically, what happened was the nitrous solenoid just got stuck open and basically just hydro-locked with gas in the engine. Hence why as soon as he turned the engine off and started it up again, perfectly fine.
I don't say this that often in drag racing, but that's a new one. Or a new way not to get to 60 foot, I think.
The tow quad is almost with Revo. So it'll only be a couple of minutes more. As soon as it's out of harm's way and down the corner, we'll be firing up the next Pro Mod as the sun begins to set behind us. Andre's like, please, please, I want to run in the light, not the dark this time. Right, what else do we have in the lanes as well? So coming up straight after the Pro Mod, it will be, as I turn the page, it will be Top Fuel, hopefully. We heard that fire up earlier, so maybe we'll be seeing that. CA6 class and Extreme 2 class. So we have got some fast and Larry door slammers. No, that's not it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We got a few more pages to. We're about eight classes away from completing qualifying round number 3.
Well, that's what we need to do. We need to get that done today to make sure it's fair and even and get everybody set for tomorrow. So elimination's due to start, I think, at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll try and get through everything as quickly as we possibly can.
dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control. Control. Control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control, dreams, 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 dance, life, dreams, dance, life, control. Control. Control, dreams, dance, life, dreams, dance.
That boy is an expert drifter. Had lots of practice at it, isn't he? So we've said it before. Hopefully we'll see it this time. Looking for the first ever 5-second run on the island. If he gets it past 3:30 with no shake or not too much drifting, you got every chance of seeing the first 5-second run on the island.
Yeah, it's hard to think that it was back a couple of days ago now that we saw a 6:01 at 237 miles an hour. Andre was very, very happy with the track prep and decided to basically load it up at that a little bit more to try and get himself that 5. So I don't know whether they backed it down a little bit to get back to that setting or whether they're just throwing whatever they can at the track and hoping that it will stick. When I say hoping, I'm pretty sure they're more technical than that.
I think the phrase is educated guess, isn't it? That's the one. Although, yeah, but they've got more runs on this car than anyone else in Pro Mod in Europe this year. They did 4 events, I think, at Santa Pod, at least 4 test weekends. What with the Easter weekend, they did a full test weekend. They ran a door slam, but before they even got to the actual first round of the European Championship, they'd done at least 3 or 4 races. They got loads of runs in, and he was up there for the fight on the last day of the championship too, but unfortunately something let go in the transmission. I think it was just one of the lines let go, and that put an end to it. So good luck to Andre Arnover. Will we see our first 5 in Malta? Whoa, that kicked way too far sideways for him to hang on to that. I thought when he got to 60 foot it was okay. There was no sign of any problems up to 60 foot, and then it shook the tyres from in the grandstands. I doubt you can see it. We could definitely see it up here. That's what kicked the car sideways, and the only thing to do in a big door car is get your foot out of it, because if you keep your foot down for just that little bit too long, you'll be completely sideways and in the wall. However, he does have one more day left tomorrow to try and get that magic number on the board. Well, by the looks of this run, we're supposed to be seeing more than just David Swift in this round of the CA6 class. But it is just Dave Swift this time round. Trying to improve on the 7.11 he ran earlier on today.
Well, should have been lining up against Anthony Vella, but doesn't look like Anthony has made the call. No. So it's going to be a solo run. Once again, nitrous V8. Hopefully we're going to see some bullhorns lit. Looking wonderful on the Malta Drag Racing How Far Facebook page live feed by motorsportmalta.com. Some great pictures that we've been seeing. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying this feed at home, wherever you're watching in the world. We haven't said it for a while, but let us know in the comments where you're watching from. We'd love to see wherever in the world you can be watching Malta Drag Racing at How Far Raceway for the Haltech National Finals, presented by Race Winning Brands. Here we go then, Dave Swift for his final qualifying run of the weekend. 7:12 so far is the best. That's a good looking run. 109 60 foot, 474 to the 8th, and a 769, 160 miles an hour.
Left really well, but then something, it's almost like the nitrous wasn't firing for the rest of the run. It kind of kicked in just after 60 foot and then kicked out again, if that's even anything that can be done. So we move on to the next class. Well done, Dave. You've still got a personal best out today, so can't be that upset at all. Extreme 2 class. Up next.
We've got some damn good cars coming up. What do we got? Carmel Galea. Who am I missing? Okay. I just think this is going to... Well, I can see Aaron Galea rolling underneath the tower right now. Oh no, different driver, Carmel Galea. Doing an observation run. Okay, track is clear down the bottom. And the good news is it's been a little bit of a wait this afternoon, but we do have our Extreme 2 class in the pairing lanes, and also Duncan Micallef is making his way around with the Top Fuel Dragster as well, so you are going to be rewarded with another nitro hit today. It's going to look awesome in the dark. So, Carmel Galea, observation run. Galia.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. 6 years, and you tell me now.
Waited to the right moment. That was what it was.
So Carmel Galia taking it through to the top end with a 14:38. Next up, Extreme 2 class. 6-second alert, 6-second alert. We have got some awesome cars behind us right now coming out for you. It is that perfect time of day where we're going to be seeing exhaust header flames. And of course, those rotaries just seem to sound that little bit louder in the dark.
The real downside is as well, everyone can see us now.
Oh no. Still looks like daylight out there. Okay then, so 2 rotaries on the line, Nathan Bartolo and Gary Camilleri, as the RX-7 El Godfather rolls underneath the tower into the water box. If just a couple of weeks ago you were watching coverage from the World Cup finals, imports and domestic, this is basically a class that would fit in at that sort of event. It is our pro import class, featuring 4 and 5 cylinder cars and rotaries with 2 rotors. Nathan Bartolo was the first rotary into the 6-second zone in Europe many years ago now. He'd taken some time out of the car. It's great to see him back on the track with this. And of course Gary Camilleri, who also went to Santa Pod Raceway, took part in the door slammers and did very well, of course, taking home the big check. So final adjustments on the wheelie bar for Nathan Bartolo. Gary Camilleri's just got to sit and wait. He's got to be patient. Here we go. Here we go then, both cars going to stage. They're going to get on the 2-step. You see the flames coming out. Oh, well, the crew got excited for Nathan's launch there, but unfortunately got off the throttle, much like most of the runs this weekend. But again, getting a lot of data each run. Gary Camilleri rolls through with a 9.69, and Nathan Bartolo creeps it through with a 20.52. So looking underneath the tower on the live stream, you can see Justin Mizzi, well, it's Latwiti. Little Toyota Starlet, rotary powered, imported from Puerto Rico. One island in the Caribbean to one island in the Mediterranean. Mr. Arnover coming in front of the grandstand, giving a big loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, trying his best to lay down that number here at How Far Raceway. He's got one more day to do it tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
Actually, knowing him, he'll probably stick around on Monday and just do it then instead. You know, why not? Well, you got the chance anyway. So the next car fired up is the absolutely incredible Lixu Racing Escort. Visit Malta on the side, and I'm sure a whole bunch of you people up there in the grandstand saw this at the Door Slammers and the main event earlier on this year at Santa Pod Raceway. You were probably coming to Malta anyway, but it's really nice that the Islanders got really behind this amazing machine. This is Clint Fenech. And the good thing is as well is that the air's cooled down even more. So 5.90, sorry, that would be nice. 6.90 at exactly 200 miles an hour earlier today may translate into even quicker this evening with the cool conditions. Also, one of my very good friends, who I've mentioned a few times, I'm not going to name his name, but you know exactly who it is when I say this. He's always said to me, he's a bike guy, cars are for shopping. Right, 100%. Sent me a photograph of this earlier, and he just said, underneath it just said, "This one is definitely not for shopping. No, this one is fast as everything, anything you like." So, going to be on a buy run again for Clint. Was scheduled to go against Justin by the looks of it, but it will be Clint on his own. So, can he back up his 6.90 from earlier on today? He was oh so close to the 680s. Can you believe that? With this little Escort, with a turbo 4-cylinder in there. Well, he actually rolled through the lights. He's going to come back in, try and stage it up again. So, second time of asking. See if he can get it off the line. Going to build up the boost. No, that won't be an improvement at all. Obviously, whatever happened the first time round just upset the car a little bit. And sadly, no backup for the earlier 690 on that run. Still got all day tomorrow to go quicker, though.
Okay, next up, Justin Mizzi with Latuiti. Who are they going to be lining up against? Does he have? He does. He will be lined up against Konstantin Dinev. So we've got the Audi S2 from Bulgaria taking on Justin Mizzi from Malta. Justin ran down into the sevens for the first time earlier today. Let's see if he can back it up. And of course, Konstantin Dinev, he so wants that 6-second pass once again. Very, very close earlier. Okay, both drivers instructed to begin their burnouts. You'll see the Audi S2 roll forward into the burnout box. Put it into two-wheel drive mode. Warm up those rear tyres.
For me, what was really interesting earlier, I saw all the guys walking around in their SSG shirts earlier, and I had a chance to read them for the first time ever. And it was 7-second garage. They need to get Marie printed, don't they? They really do. So earlier today, went in the 7.2s, was a little bit comparatively slow off the line, but was as close as you like to 200 miles an hour over the finish line. Taking on Justin Mizzi. So don't forget the car, the Audi in the left-hand lane is four-wheel drive. As Luke said, he only does the burnout in rear-wheel drive, unbelievably, and then switches it to four-wheel drive. The other incredible thing about this car is it has no wheelie bar at all. Obviously, it doesn't need it, but you can only think if it hooks like it should do, it should go straight up.
Okay, here we go then. So another one of our two rotors, Justin Mizzi in the M&A blue lane, taking on Konstantin Dinev. Konstantin just before it gets on the launch. That's a wild launch by both cars. Unfortunately, Justin Mizzi lifts Konstantin Dinev in 158 at the 8th. It's a 7.23 at 196 miles an hour. The crew were very excited about the launch there, but unfortunately...
Well, Konstantin with a 1.16 60 foot. It was trucking pretty well all the way down the track, but not obviously quite what they were looking for. So here at How Far Raceway, the Haltech finals presented by Race Winning Brands. Underneath the tower right now, one of Malta's favourite sons, Mr. Duncan Micallef. Everybody please put your hands together for Duncan before he comes out and runs the top fuel car. Come on. Thanks, Mum. Duncan put in a storming run earlier on today, 60 foot of 0.87 of a second, and if you know your short numbers, that's exactly where you need to be with a top fuel car to run really quickly. Also, the fact that we're getting to see Duncan run at this time of day, I'm not sure he's run quite this late in the evening before. Well, maybe not with this car.
Most probably at Nitro Olympics.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And at the pod. The difference is, though, is if you guys look at the big screen in the grandstand over on the other side, and everybody watching at home, I know that they always say this on live TV coverage, that the camera makes it look lighter than it is. It really does. It is not that light at all. In fact, that is pretty much as much of a black hole as you'll ever get to fire a race car into a couple of hundred or a few hundred miles an hour, hopefully. So they've just got the thumbs up to fire the car. We'll be spinning the car over, priming it on petrol. Runa will remove, there we go, that little squirt bottle in his hand is got petrol in it, not diesel, Barry. And it happened. Not here. Already where we know. There we go. Pulls the wires for the mags to engage the ignition. Top fuel cars at night in Malta in the middle of November. Cooler than penguin pee, I think is the phrase. I'm just going to shut up and let everyone listen. Textbook burnout on the throttle stop from Duncan. Only use about an eighth of the throttle. It's a very simple mechanism, the throttle stop. It's just a clip on the throttle cable on the right-hand side of the engine. Stops it opening up too much. Enough to spin the tyres, get them warm, but not over-rev the engine. Most importantly, I've seen many top fuel engines over the years over-rev on the burnout because the throttle stop's pinged off. But you are going to get a beautiful example of Nitro Bunny Ears in the gathering darkness here at Halfar Raceway. Runefield makes the last checks. I think if everything's going well by about 3:30, Duncan will be keeping his foot pinned all the way through to 1,000 foot, trying to run the first 3-second run. He's already been over 300 miles an hour here at Halfar last year. This time round, and for this event, they're looking for that 3-second run. The racetrack's still there. There should still be some heat in it, but it's getting dark very quickly, and it's getting chillier as well. So good luck to Duncan. Thank you in advance for the show, and we'll be getting a pair of threes. 3 seconds, 300 mile an hour. Great looking launch for Duncan. 0.869 to 60 foot. That was on it. Absolutely on it. I hope you enjoyed the flame show anyway. All the seems to have set off all the ambulances at the top end of the track. It's all right, folks. He's perfectly fine. Don't worry. But yeah, all the ambulances are disappearing up the other end. What actually happened from with this vantage point, we could really clearly see it. I'm sure we get to see it in a replay as well. But from about 60 foot onwards, it really looked like it was soaring through the clutch. The clutch was eating up too much of the power from the engine. How do I describe this? Power management. Anyway, yeah, the clutch comes in stages so that the car accelerates down the racetrack. If the RPM of the engine gets too high because the clutch isn't engaging enough, that's what sends the RPM up. That's what, sort of, like I said, soars through the clutch. That's where all the clutch dust came from. And there was a lot of clutch dust out that car, to the point where sitting from behind it, we couldn't see the flames anymore. They just disappeared in a cloud of clutch dust. But I'm sure Duncan's absolutely A-OK up there, and I hope you all enjoyed the show. We've still got loads more to go. We've got, how many classes have we got left to go, Luke? Roughly. So we've done that. I think we're on the Wild Street class. 6 classes, yeah? Okay. Technically 6. So while the track crew retrieve Duncan from down the top end, we will take a very quick break for our voice boxes, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Great looking launch for Duncan. 0.869 to 60 foot. That was on it. Absolutely on it. I hope you enjoyed the flame show anyway. Great looking launch for Duncan. 0.869 to 60 foot. That was So good luck to Duncan. Thank you in advance for the show. And will we be getting a pair of threes? 3 seconds, 300 mile an hour. Great looking launch for Duncan. 0.869 to 60 foot. Okay, we're on with the Wild Street class. Yeah, exactly. Street cars with wheelie bars, that kind of thing, you know. You know how that works. So, Chris Polidano in the left-hand lane. Should be taking on Dennis DeZero. No Dennis at the moment. Unless I'm seeing things. No.
No, he's not there. Just a solo run. Okay, Chris Polidano is our number one qualifier at the moment. That's the one. Got it loaded up. Got it straightened up as well. Little mid-track wiggle, holding on to down the straight line, and goes 802, 158 miles an hour. Once again, even on the live stream, it looks so much lighter than what we're looking at here, going, okay.
The only thing we can see up here in the tower is a couple of lights just wiggling their way down the track. I think that's probably about it. I'm sure the drivers can see even less. I know when I used to race my eyes shut most of the time anyway, you know, so just count to 5, that'll do. No, I'm guessing that's what Chris did on that one.
Well, do you know what? Oh, ciao, ciao. Okay, right. Duncan Mikulev being towed in front of the ground. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the Maltese Lion, your champion. Always big smile on his face as he goes past the president of the Maltese Motorsport Federation. And a man behind a lot of the stuff that goes on here at the track. Next up, Clifford Cassar taking on Mark Ferrugia. Looking on the live stream, I at least see Clifford Cassar.
Well, good thing for him, he's got headlights on the car, so, you know, at least he can see his way back. Yeah, that really isn't what it looks like, is it? No. Let's put it that way. We're talking about the live stream, folks. The how bright it looks on the live stream is not a correct reflection of reality.
Well, the good thing is, it's a wild street car, so it does have headlights, so we can see exactly where he's going. I say that as I see the rear lights come on. I'm going to assume there's front lights on. It's a good launch. 522 the 8th mile, 809, 169 miles an hour. Clifford Cassar and the team elated with that performance.
169 miles an hour out of a stock-bodied Sierra Sapphire, probably with the standard windscreen in it and everything else as well.
Probably. Okay, next up, it is going to be Roderick Vela. Should have been facing up against Daniel Alves with the Civic, but to no avail. Well, the crew members leaning in the car while the car keeps moving, trying to drive over some feet. Okay, final check's done. We are good to go. So, Ryan Borge with the RX-7, currently qualified third in our Wild Street class. Okay, so we're into pre-stage. Once again, he's going to blip the throttle, bring up the RPM, leaves the line cleanly. 125, 60 foots, 133 to the 8th, and Ryan Borge goes through with an 833, 169. Unfortunately, no improvement.
Honestly, these are the definitely the fastest pairs of rear lights I think I've ever seen, because that's all I can see from up here. I think it probably doesn't help because we've got the lights on up here, but there we go. That's why it's called the Wild Street class. Even when the marshals are ducking out the way, you know, it's fun.
Okay, well, so waiting to see what's going to happen, because we've got Fernandino Severino was supposed to be on a. Oh no, they're going to send him, so that's good. So we do have Danny Alves and Fernando Severino. Both of these cars been in the 8s this weekend. Oh well. That Audi TT wants to hug that wall. Meanwhile, Danny Alves is going down Broadway and goes through with a 932 or 159 miles an hour.
Well, at least the run was a copy of the burnout. Yeah. You know, that was pretty good imitation of it, unfortunately. The car safety through the top end, the track crew just checking. It did look like he was going to nail the centre line as well at one point. So, good effort. Right, we move on to the Open 1 class, I think.
But don't worry, because Pudgy was a professional. He wasn't moving. Who's touch?
This one. Just.
All right, next up, the Pistonator. Paul Fenech.
Now, this is definitely one of those cars that goes way quicker than it looks it should. If you didn't see it earlier, hang around and find out if you can see it going down the track, that is. The good thing is with the live stream, you can actually check out the cars and bikes soon to come going down the track, even if you can't see them that well from your vantage point. Real great addition having not only the live stream, but the big screen up there as well, around about 3:30, so everybody in the grandstands can watch reruns and the racing as well. So moving forward is Paul Fenech. We saw Mark Brinkout earlier today, but he's not here to make this run this time round.
So Paul Finneck, our number one qualifier in the Open 1 class. Just 4 cars lined up in this class this weekend. Well, fair to say that was a whoa launch there. Well, big wheels up launch. You can see Pudgy looking at his camera to see if he got the shot with a nod there. Yes, I did. Paul Finneck very, very sensibly just stopping, getting out of the car, having a look, making sure nothing is leaking from the car before he heads on down the track. You were talking about people in the grandstand earlier. I had a message from, in fact, the guy from our Airbnb, Martin Jovanov, is here. He was like, don't forget the Macedonians who are here watching the racing. So thank you very much, Martin, coming along and watching the racing today. Hopefully see you after racing for a beer in the Rusty Monkey Bar as our fire crew go for a little run.
One way to keep warm, I suppose. So, yeah, just quick retrieval job out there for Paul Finneck. Hopefully everything on the car is okay. It's just one of those things where it hooked up. And obviously there was no point in carrying on with the run. But just in case there was any chance of any damage, he absolutely did the right thing, clicking it off and pulling it over towards the wall.
There we go. Give it up for Clifford Cassar. I think that's his name. Yep. There's a team there. Congratulate him. And all excited once again. Give him a big round of applause in the grandstand. Plus it helps keep your hands nice and warm, all this clapping.
Hopefully next year we will.
Okay, Matthias Caruana against Stephen Cherub. Is that right? Cherub. Thank you. That's pretty good. There is little padding on these chairs, is there really, apart from ourselves? Apart from we have attached to ourselves. So, Matthias Caruana is currently number 2. Stephen is currently number 3. This is the last pair for the Open 1 class before we move into, just to let you know what's coming up, we've got the Open motorcycles, 850 index motorcycles, and then the diesel classes. And that's the end of today. Well, apart from to be confirmed round 1 eliminations, maybe in the brackets. Well, it is Matthias Caruana out there in front, goes 9.06, 143 miles an hour, 9.04 in the other lane for Stephen at 1.52. Two really nice, good-looking side-by-side 9.01s for the pair of them. Okay, I think we're going to move on to 2 wheels for a little while. So we've got our all-motor bike class. We've got 850 index class and the diesel cars. And then that is a wrap for today, other than potentially pending round number 1 of the bracket classes. We're still waiting to hear whether we're going to be running those. We're going to be running those this evening, or are we going to be waiting until race day for them? Okay, the all-motor motorcycle class. In the left-hand lane, we have Luke Faruga taking on Giovanni Livingston for their last qualifying runs of the weekend. Currently not in the show is Giovanni. So it looks like Luke's not going to be taking the treat in this one. It will just be Giovanni Livingston on a solo run. Goes through with an 8.53, 160 miles an hour. That will certainly help. So Stephen Calci with the big swing arm on the back of the bike in the left-hand lane. He's currently your number 1 qualifier. Black DeLang in the other lane, number 6. Really good looking pictures you can see on the live stream. Again, in the grandstands, you can check that out on the big screen on the other side of the racetrack. Stephen having a bit of an issue staging. Looks like he's there now. Not many problems at all for Stephen on the run. Goes through the finish line with a 7.96 at 164 miles an hour in the other lane for Black DeLange, 8.87 at 159. That is why Steve Calci is your number one qualifier. So the last pair for this session of all motorcycle even. It's going to be Travis Marie all the way from the Netherlands in the left-hand lane, taking on Daniel Degatano. Currently, these are your numbers 2 and 3 qualifier, with Daniel being number 2, Travis is number 3. Really good looking run for Travis. Can he take the number 1 spot? Not quite. 8.27, 161. Does actually improve and move himself up. The other lane for Daniel, 8.46 at 157. Okay, we have one more bike in the class, which is Steve Bazina, which he's on observed runs. Well, the screen says we're on to open motorcycle. So a very, very familiar name to a lot of people around Europe. On the left-hand side of the racetrack is Sean Buttigieg against Brigel Mikulev on the right-hand side. Current number 1 qualifier is Sean. 3 bikes in the class. The only other one is Patrick Borg. We've got the Index 8.5 class after them. And then we have the diesel classes, culminating with Tommy Agui with the truck. And then on the schedule still at the moment is round 1 of the bracket classes too. Just trying to get ahead of the game a little bit for tomorrow. What a great looking pair of runs that was. Sean Buttigieg goes 6.86 at 202 miles an hour. Brigel Mikulev goes 7.45, 178 miles an hour. It's pretty stout, to say the least. Sean with a great looking run, 6.86. Okay, we're getting through them quick and fast at the moment. This is the 8.5 Index motorcycle class, so basically 850 bike, if you will. One and the same. Left-hand lane is Patrick Marie taking on Jayant Bawari. Patrick from the Netherlands, currently in at number 3, and Jayant in at 4. Their last chance to improve or shake up the order.
I love that not long ago these guys just turned up at Santa Pod Raceway for a Run What You Brung. Then they came back the next weekend for a Run What You Brung, and the next weekend for a Run What You Brung. And before you know it, they were here for the national finals last year en masse. Then this year they've been throughout the Motorsport UK Championship, and then they're back again here this year. Well, unfortunately, it looks like our emergency services have maybe started moving. Yeah, it looks like they're moving. Or are they parking? So we're just going to send our bikes back for a minute because obviously their tyres are going to get cold in the meantime. And we're just watching our civil protection team drive down to the bottom end. So just bear with us a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue on. Well, like Daryl said, we're on the 850 motorcycle class. We have got diesel class left, and then open diesel truck class. And I have been given a sheet for bracket eliminations as to whether that will be run tonight. I shall await instructions.
Also, good news. As we hear bikes again, so we're still in. We still only got a few classes to go. We're in the Index 8.5 class. Actually, there's only 2 and a bit classes that we've got for qualifying, and then we're into round 1 eliminations for the bracket racing this evening. So Patrick Marie and Jayant Bawari, who were just staging up before, are back there again now.
Here they go then into stage. Patrick Marie left. Jaden goes red. He's still going to get some timing data. Patrick Marie is somewhere out there with no light on. Goes through with a 7, not a 7, an 8.55 at 156 to an 8.75.
His crew nearly collapsed when you said that, yeah. Yeah, 8.55 at 156. So good looking runs, and Patrick doing really well in qualifying. So Luke Ferruga, I'm sure I said that name about 2 minutes ago, taking on Adam Yildiz. I think Luke was on a different bike that got clicked off, unfortunately, so back on the 850 this time round.
Well, someone enjoyed that.
Yeah, obviously. Not sure why. Yeah, just as a heads up for everybody out there, we've just got a couple of classes to go to finish off qualifying. Then we're on to round one eliminations for our bracket classes, who I can see rolling down now. However, there's only, I say there's about 20 cars in the whole elimination ladder for that as well. So we shouldn't be too much longer this evening, any incidents permitting. So Luke Faruga at the moment, sorry mate, number 5, and Adam, number 6.
Well, well, Luke Faruja clearly not happy there as he sits up on the bike and looks over to Adam Yildiz to say what's going on. Adam goes through with a 9.07. Oh, and Luke Faruja 8.49 with an 8.
Yeah. I don't think he'd have been upset at the other end or when he got back if he'd have run an 8.50 exactly, but that was pretty close. Actually had time to take his hand off the throttle, gesture to the guy in the other lane, and then get on with it and nearly run a perfect elapsed time.
Luckily, this is qualifying, so had that have happened in eliminations, I'm sure the situation would have been completely different. Right, Mark Magro and Jovian Susanna coming up next.
I think for in future, what we need to do is, you know what they do in sports, like they do in rugby and football and stuff, they mic up the officials. What do you reckon? It might be interesting, let's put it that way. Okay, Mark Magro and Jovian Susanna. I'm hoping that's the correct way around.
We can only go with what's on the computer, so we're going to assume so.
Yeah, I'll follow that track up.
Okay, well, no Jovian anyway. After all that, Mark Magro on a solo run, 134 at the 8th. 9.
No, I was just going to say that shot on the live stream that you saw down the track is basically there's no lights in the background there. That's what it looks like. That's two more pairs to go in the Index 8.5 class. Leslie Said in the left-hand lane against Jermaine Blank.
Jermaine Maduro.
Aha, okay.
I found out his name. I did go up and ask him out. I said, are you like Madonna with just a single name?
Well, he is on there.
He is on the computer system, yeah. Okay, right, so both bikes creep up into a pre-stage. Leslie's there first. Here comes Jermaine. Well, good looking launch by both bikes. 128 to 128 at the 8th mile. And we go through with an 8.56, 153 to an 8.88 at 154. Slight improvement for Jermaine Maduro, going from 7th to 6th in qualifying.
They look quite happy with that. So the last pair is going to be Christopher Vella against Jared Brown. I've only been here 2 days and I finally got the hang of reading the pairings that you were given. So, and the class order as well. But there we are. So yeah, last pair in 8.5. Actually, the last pair of two-wheelers of the day as well. So Chris Vella is in the left-hand lane, currently qualified number 1 with a virtually perfect 850, and 9 for Gerald in the other lane. at the moment. Last chance to qualify. Any higher than they are. So they close their accounts with the 1046 here in the left-hand lane at only 85 miles an hour. A 9 flat at 158 in the other side. That will be all for bikes for qualifying and for today as well. We move on to two wheels with the diesel class.
I just wonder how many people, because obviously it's dark out there as well for the people in the grandstand, that once it gets past around about half track, I wonder how many people are using the monitor at the track here to finish the rest of the quarter mile, because it's a lot brighter.
It's also got to be one of the first times I've ever seen a big screen used to light a racetrack, but, you know, it's all good. It all works. And obviously the races tend to love it because they're all still running really quickly indeed. So we've got diesel class. We've got a few pairs of cars. I know who that is. We've got a few pairs of cars to go. One truck, and then we'll be on with round one eliminations for the bracket classes. So, Justin Valletta. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I was reading that, not that. I'll read that. Jose Ribeiro in the left-hand lane. And Ricardo Malheiro, which is not the pair we have on there, which is what fooled me.
Whoa, wow. The CIB for just completely locked up on the start line. And Daniel Ribeiro. I love that. I've always known him as Daniel Ribeiro. And on the computer here it says Jose. So who knows? But either way, that was a pretty nifty endo there by the CIB for obviously it's come to a halt right by the Christmas tree. And obviously we look down at Mr. Pudge and say, did you get the shot? That's a thumbs up from him. That's what we like to see. Of course, we've got so many media people on site. I can't remember them all. So I do apologise. I know we've got at least Alex Buttigieg taking photos. We've got Hybrid KA taking videos. We've got Mark 1 Kieran taking videos as well. DLP Automotive taking videos as well. And, of course, Pudgy Pictures. Vido Racing out there as well doing some more videos. That's as far as my list goes. And, of course, we've got Malta Drag Racing, howfar.com. Facebook page, sorry. And, of course, Malta. Motorsportmalta.com.
Folks, I just need to say just how good Luke is. Not he only does race car and bike research, he also does media coverage research as well. He has a list of the people out there taking photographs, videos. Well done, sir. Excellent effort.
So the ones that we saw, and of course Remco Sheelans as well. He's taking photos out there as well. And in here, we noticed him pop in here and get a photo of us. And we're currently getting action shots. He's like, why have you got a fire extinguisher? Do you not trust your car that much? He's looking at me. I don't know. Or is it a CO2 extinguisher to spray the... so probably once again launched it. Probably that nitrous solenoid locking up. Well, unfortunately, as before, he took the green light, so he will not be able to run again. Let's see, look, he's ninjaed up again. He's just appeared. You say his name. Okay, then. Next pair. Francesco Gallo from Italy taking on Jose Realista from Portugal. Both of these now 8-second cars at How Far Raceway. Well, oh, Francesco getting very, very close to the wall there. And very sensibly lifting off the throttle, of course. Issues there for Jose as well.
So last qualifying run of the weekend. For Tommy Aguis.
Drifting a truck. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, if those road tyres weren't bald, they are bald after that one, aren't they? Yeah. Definitely that. So, Tommy? The lone entrant in the open truck class will be the last vehicle, I can't say car, vehicle down the track in qualification. From now on, we are into racing for our bracket. He's in Japan, isn't he? Yeah, he's in Japan, isn't he? We've got a page and a half of eliminations for the bracket stuff. All heads up racing, well worth sticking around to check out. And then it is beer time. Well, or whatever you fancy, really.
Beer. Right, Tommy Aguis with his final qualifier of the day. Went down into the 11.06, I think it was, earlier today. It's good to see this. Getting a decent run in. Oh. Going through the gears. 167, 60 foot. 99 miles an hour into the complete darkness and goes through an 11.15, 120.
That was a shame, actually, because that launch really... I mean, seriously, that's a truck. 1.67, 60 foot. That was really, really good effort. Really good effort. So, we have eliminations coming your way right now. We're going to be kicking off. It's going to be... It's only the bracket classes, folks. So, we've got the bracket 12 to 12.49 first, then 11 to 11.49 second, 10.50 to 10.99 third. You can kind of guess where this is going. I don't really need to announce it all the time, do I? But anyway. So there's going to be some buy runs in this, but obviously that's because of the odd, potentially odd lot fields. The really bizarre thing is as well. So this is Keith Pace, or Patchy, if you're from this place, with the little Nissan. That's a Nissan Micra. That's what you need on the drag strip, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, it's all good. So, going to be on a buy run in the 12 flat to 1249 class.
Courtesy of being number one qualifier in the 12 second to 12:49 bracket. So, Paul Patch, multiple time winner this season at many of the MDRA rounds. Once again, cannot go quicker than 12 flat into the darkness. He goes 12.19, safe.
Well, the other bizarre thing as well, he's running round one now. He's got to wait all day till the end of tomorrow to run the final. Yeah. Depending on when they run the finals, obviously, but he's got to do that. So the next one coming up is a race to set the final round. Christian Muscat against Gilmore Shembry. Gilmore with that. Oh, I love that car. So Gilmore Shembry with that Honda. I'm hoping it's a Honda now. Said it's a Honda. Looks like it's a Honda CRX. My wife crashed one of those. Just out of, there are only like 20 in the whole country that are in that condition, and she made it 19, which was excellent. And I really hope she's not watching the live stream now. I said that. Take it on, Christian Muscat. Is that a Toyota? Yeah. With Samurai on the side of it as well, as you would. Yeah, recounting stories of your wife crashing cars at the track, probably not the thing to do, no, especially when it's on a live stream.
Okay, well, the lights drop. We've got a green light drag race. Really good reaction time for Christian Muscat. Let's see what we're going to get. Well, he's going to get there first. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 12 flats, he's safe. 13-13 on the good side. So it will be Christian Muscat taking on Keith Patch in the final tomorrow of bracket 12 to 12.49.
I love that. We go from our last qualifying run to our first final being set within 3 pairs. How cool is that? Okay, so 11 to 11.49 up next.
Up bracket 11 to 11.49. Michael Caruana taking on Nikovic Cherkop. Now Nikovic, we've seen this go into the 10s in fact, so he's going to have to make sure he reins it back and not go quicker than 11 second. We've got a bit of a burn down going on. Nikovic is slowly creeping forward. In goes Michael Caruana. Oh, we're cutting it fine. Oh, well, unfortunately, Nikovic Cherkop gets a red light. 7-second timeout. So, Michael Caruana into the next round. $12.37. 113. Unfortunately, that's the end of the weekend for Nikovic with the Audi A3.
My wife just wrote off one of those as well. Anyway, I'm back to the racing. Sorry, go on.
Is this why you only have one car in the household?
We do now. No, actually, it did me a favour because the insurance money from it was way more than I probably sold it for, and we bought something else. So, yeah, swings and roundabouts and all that. Actually, this could be a fun game. See how many things come under the tower that you know, that we have swapped for money over the years due to being crumpled. Not one of those, anyway. So, Martin Scarry and Neil Caruana going to be your next pair. 10 flat to 11. Sorry, 11 flat to 11.49.
Wow. Okay, then. So, Owen Cremona taking on Jonathan Falzon. Now, Jonathan has made 3 passes this weekend, but only one of them has been a successful full pass. So, while he is potentially... Well, he went 11.49 this weekend, but that car has been quicker. But up on paper, they're around about the same at the moment. But Owen Cremona has been pretty consistent on every run so far this weekend. Well, unfortunately, yet again, Jonathan Falzon has issues off the start line. As long as Owen Cremona doesn't go quicker than his 11 second, which he doesn't, it's at 11.21. He takes the win. It is Owen Cremona round.
So you can still break out, even though.
Yeah, if you break out, you lose. If both cars break out, both lose.
Hey?
Both lose.
Okay, fair enough. So it's a heads-up race, effectively with an 11 flat dial-in, if you like, yeah?
Exactly that. But you are disqualified if you break out. If you have a buy run and you red light, you lose. If you have a buy run and you break out, you lose.
Okay, one for future. I'm glad you explained that to me because I'd have got that really wrong.
The reason I'm saying it because it has caught out some of our international racers before who see it as a buy run, nail it through, disqualified. And they're like, what? No, I'm on my own. How do I lose? And it's like, that is in the rules. Obviously, it's always down to all of our racers to read the rule book.
I was just going to say ignorance is no excuse. Hang on. What's the song? Ignorance is... Yeah, never mind. Anyway, I won't sing the song. So, still got a couple of pairs to go, maybe, in... No, one pair, I beg your pardon, in the 10.99 to 11.49 bracket.
Which possibly won't be a pair, because I'm sure I saw Neil Caruana on the back of a tilt and slide. So we'll see what happens. Oh, no, it is Joe Ashton pulling forward. So it doesn't look like we're getting either Mario Sherry or Neil Caruana. As that is Joe Ashton. And then for that, they'll just go, final. Yeah. There's a waste of time. They go, final.
So, Joe Ashton out there on a buy run. It's your number one qualifier. Admittedly, only just, but he was number one qualifier. So 10.50 to 10.99 is where we are at the moment. He went 10.83. Looks like another car that, for all the world, could be legal for the Escort, the one class.
Not quite sure. Not quite sure, but he likes the bracket. He's been doing it for a long time. So this is the bracket 1050 to 1099. Straight after this will be Matthew Attard versus Terry Gillam. Now, Terry Gillam really wanted to be in the 11-second class, but was unable to lift and ended up putting himself in a harder class. So let's see what Joe Ashton has got for us. It is going to be a 1099 at 118 miles an hour. So that puts him into the final for tomorrow. And the question is it going to be Matthew Attard or is it going to be Terry Gillam? So we have got a front-wheel drive, turbocharged Nova, Corsa, Opel, Vauxhall, whichever one you want to choose your poison, taking on a rear-wheel drive, normally aspirated Escort. Now, of course, one of these should really hook up more consistently than the other. You'd think the rear-wheel drive car would hook up more consistently, but we shall see what will happen. Terry Gillam had just dipped his toe into the 10.9s. Matthew Attard had been that little bit quicker, being a 1086. So, to set either an English and Maltese final or an all-English final, it'll all come down to this race. All right, both into stage, lights drop, green light drag race. One distinct advantage to one of our racers, and it is the quicker of the two. And as long as Matthew Attard can stay out in front but not break out, which he doesn't, he goes through with a 1070 at 130 miles an hour, defeating an 1108 at 117. So it will be Matthew Attard versus Joe Ashton in the final.
That's basically how you do it. Leave on your opponent, run quicker without going too quick. Absolutely unbeatable if you do it that way around. So we move on to the 10 flat to 1050. That's Nigel Muscat doing the burnout with the BMW in the right-hand lane. Going out against Clinton DiGiorgio. With the Astra. Is it still an Astra? Opel Astra.
Yep, Opel Astra.
Do you know in the UK we had an Opel Astra funny car way back when? It wasn't a nitro funny car, but it was still a funny car. It was Roy Webb's. It was on the chassis of the Spider-Man, altered. Anyway, total trivia and rubbish, but there we go.
Sounds cool. Right, very close. This race will be Clinton qualified with a 10:42, Nigel with a 10:43. This is all going to come down on the tree. Another one.
For which neither were ready, by the looks of that. I can sort of say that out loud because they both have very similar reaction times. Looks to be the left-hand lane pulling in front of the finish line. And it is. Wins on a hole shot. A 0.4 light wins on a hole shot. There we go. 879 beats an 868. Sorry, I'm looking at the 1,000-foot numbers again, aren't I? 1044 beats a 1038 even. 0.4 light to a 0.56. That was the difference mainly.
See, we're not used to having 1,000 foot on our screen. No. This is usually reserved for timing crew screen. Who won? Well. Okay, well, it looks like Graham Kellers has not made it for his semi-final run. So Clinton has basically got a bye run in the final tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races left to close off today. Christopher Schmidt will be facing Marius Muscat. Once again, Chris from Osprey Performance in the UK drove this car to the racetrack, not trailered, actually drove the car here. His burnout is ready. He is all good to go. So Chris is being very patient and waiting. So Marius qualified with a 982. Chris Schmidt qualified with a 987. This is Malta versus, well, technically Malta versus South Africa. So let's see what Chris has got against Marius's Toyota Celica that has been into the nines this weekend. Here we go. Well, unfortunately, both cars bogged down. We've got a side-by-side race off. Who's going to get the power? Marius is now putting in the power at the top end of the track. He is going to get to the finish line first, and it is going to be Marius Muscat with a 12.56 at 113. Both drivers having issues on the track. So it will be Marius Muscat into the final to face Johan Camilleri, who has got a bye run.
No worries. Will do.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Okay, burnouts at night is what we like, as Johan Camilleri puts some heat in the tyres of the BMW to send himself hopefully into the final of the bracket 950 to 999. Once again, as long as he doesn't red light and as long as he doesn't break out, he will face Marius Muscat in the final. Well, number one is correct, green lights. 111 at the 8th mile. Johan Camilleri completes it with a 977, 138 miles an hour to make the final of the bracket, 950 to 999, right? 1, 2 cars, 3. I'm confused. I'm not confused anymore. It's just the end of the day. Okay. So our number one qualifier in the bracket 9 flat to 999. That's a big old gap. Is Christian Perotta with a 941 with a GTR. He's going to get a bye run into the final where he will face either Jamie Felice or Harvey Bogle. That's what I thought. Okay, so 9 flat to 949, as I thought it was going to be. I thought that was a bit of a difference.
GTR kontra Supra, hemm sbal fil-karti, Jamie waħdu, u ħorġu s-Supra. 649 versus 1702.
Yeah. So Harvey Bogle is fired up the Supra. Is coming forward. Because it was Jamie Felice who was the #1 qualifier in this class, so he has got the Byron. So this should be a good tight race. Christian Perotta qualified with a 9:41. Harvey Bogle qualified with a 9:41. Although this BMW, although this Toyota Supra with a BMW engine, should I say, has been down into the 8s. So let's see what he can do. He's not quite found the performance that he's had before, but we'll see what is going to happen. Hopefully someone's told Christian he's got a race. Well, the light bulbs flicker. Oh, that matters. Well, unfortunately, red light for Christian Perotta. Now, as long as Harvey does not break out, which he doesn't, 9:52, 134. So Harvey Bogle will be in the final against Jamie Felice, as long as Jamie Felice makes the final. Well, there you go. Jamie Felice takes the green light very sensibly. He's not going to break out with that, so he will be making the final against Harvey Bogle, and that's going to be a real good final. So, looking into the pairing lanes, Michelle Misford is down there with the Escort. It's going to be doing an observation run, and then that is the last run of the day coming up. Okay, so burnout completes. Well, you know, as you're doing your observation runs, we've had some good runs in the day. Now, Michelle is going to get to run in the dark here at Halfar Raceway. This is our final pass of the day, closing out qualifying day and a little bit of eliminations at the Haltech National Finals presented by Race Winning Brands. Of course, once this run is done, all drag strip action is done and dusted for the day. We'll be starting off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with more eliminations. Of course, the Rusty Monkey Bar will be taking over in just a couple of seconds to keep you entertained if you're staying on site for a little bit longer. Great food, great beer. They're always glad to see you here. Oh. Well, the car launched, got a little bit loose, and well driven. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think you should go all give the MDRA crew a big round of applause. We've had a fantastic day today compared to the troubles that we had yesterday that Mother Nature brought to us and a couple of oil downs. But today has been absolutely fantastic. We'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
To get in a run. Good looking run in the right hand lane, 6.73, 198 miles an hour for Roderick. And Nathan does actually get a number on the board this time around.
Here we go then. Tyson DeMono. Straight. Track as hard as he can. 106.64. 401 to the 8th mile. It is a 6:18. 220 miles an hour. 29.05 at 120.
So these two already well in the show. Ruben Cicluna.
That's a hop, skip and a jump. Big tail wagging, still keeping his foot in. Ruben Cicluna still goes through with a 7:48 at 198. I think Anton Chambry. Okay, looks like track is clear. Stuart Crane with the Top Fuel bike, aka the funny bike.
Yeah, Top Fuel bike on this one. Something starting with a 6 would be nice, Stu. Or something not heading for the wall would be pretty good as well, but oh, that sounds pretty ill from about half track onwards for Stu Crane. He's not on the throttle at all, just staying out of the racing line.
Your track preparation specialist jumps out on the scooter. As always, drive with the scooter, hit the brakes. If scooter stops, track is good. Scooter falls over, track is bad.
Funny
stops, track. If scooter stops, track. If scooter stops, track is good. Stops, track is good. Okay, right.
The lights turn on.
The sun begins to set. Solo run for Verugia. 7:40. Stops, track is good.
15 yesterday, so taking the record by. I told you, going to be on with Water is famous for being actually fun enough. So Reno sign off. Come on, where's the Estonian flag? Higher than that, please. 15 yesterday, so taking the record for the highest behind. I told you, going to be on with Water so yeah, went into the 680s. His first ever trip into the 680s. On his first ever trip to Malta. So 15. I do happen to think it's utterly bonkers the two pro mods that turn up in Malta to run things.
Baby. Baby. I want you to stay. Baby. You're here with me. Baby. You're here with me. Baby. It's you and me. In a world of harmony. I want you to stay. Baby. You're here with me. You're here with me. You're here with me. You're here with me. Baby, you're here with me. Baby, you're here with me. Baby, it's you and me. In a world of harmony. I want you to stay. Breathe.
Dreams, dance, life. Dreams, dance, life. Control. Dreams, dance, life. Dreams, dance, life. Control. Dreams, dance, life. Dreams, dance, life. Control. 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 Dreams, dance, life. Dreams, dance, life. Control. Dreams. Dreams. Dreams, dance, life. Dreams, dance, life. Control.
Don't